Chat. Chaticus. The great Chaticles. The mythical hero. Some of you, many of you, were with me on Monday when we made history. We made history. By the way, does this work? Do I sound more mythical now? Or do I just sound the same? I just sound the same. So there's no like reverb or anything on my voice right now? Echoey, not divine. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. We're going to turn that off. Now, back to the history that we made. Chat. Ripsmack is ours. Ours. And I still have a hard time believing it, to be honest. You know what else? Do you know what else? Wait, it's gone now, right? It's not like that anymore, right? Please tell me it's the reverb is gone. I've descended. Okay. Right off the rip, first thing, Snock123, The Edge, thank you both. Hello, Joppa, all is good. Hope all is good. Keep up the good work. Snock123, thank you for the 2 months, tier 1, the 2 months of support. Thank you so much. The Edge with the Prime and the 2 months. Joskar with the tier 1 and the 11 months. Joskar, you rock. Subscribed for 1 month at tier 1. Briar X. Guys, thank you so much for the support. Seriously, the support is amazing. Thank you so much. Now, there's a couple of things I want to do before we get started on our journey today. We are leaving Halnir Cave. And I'm going to tell you guys something. I had a really hard time not logging into the game and playing. In fact, I even did log into the game and play. Maybe a couple of people saw Daggas running around. I don't know. But I wanted to keep going. And I killed 2 things. And I was like, you know what? I can't do this. I actually have to follow my own advice, sit with the itch, and not play, because I have to do this on stream. Like, we have to chart every step. So I'm just letting you guys know there were 2 like solo kills that I did off stream. That's it. The rest is going to be live today, and I'll keep doing my best to fight the temptation. But it's strong. All right. Couple quick things here. There we go. Okay. We're going to do 2 quick things before we start today, guys. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be a ton of critiques. If Chris Frozen's in the chat, I'm expecting some live critiques. I love it. But we're leaving Halnir Cave, guys. We are headed today to the land of Wild's End. Specifically to the Ghaldassii Ruins. And I've heard whispers of a necklace that may or may not be good to get. So we're going to take a look at these things today. Step 1 is admitting you have a problem. I admit it. I fully admit it. I do. I have a problem. Many, I'm sure. What is going on, YouTube? Good to see you all. Corey, Mr. Dolly, Long John Seppel. Good to see you all. Twitch, hello, my friends. There are many of you here, and I appreciate it. Let me get one more thing in place just to kind of help things go smoothly here. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Olympian, welcome The Edge. Briar, welcome Kurgan. Wolfgar in the house. Glorf is in the house. Grossimo, Black Fox, Sutarian. Just let me play. Welcome. I'm a VTuber now. No, I don't think I'll ever do VTube. Don't think I'll ever do it. I don't know. We'll see. Ginjon, T-Chief, Mo, Paticus, Alinar. Welcome, welcome indeed. Snock. Dosi, NASA is launching a satellite to say sorry to the aliens. They're calling it the Apollo G. Okay. I'll let that slide this time, Dosi. This time. Dougbug, Ghost Eye, welcome. Boopy Bay, welcome as well. Dorian. We've got Chris Rosen in the house. Lazy Crate as well. Sinner, what's up, my friend? Derwin, welcome to you as well. You had an epic, Dougbug says, I had an epic adventure in these ruins with my two buddies. We snuck up to the top without knowing anything about the goblin abilities, and I'm sure you can guess what happened. I have no idea what happened. Surely you didn't get absolutely obliterated. Poppy Druid, what's up, Poppy? Good to see you. With all of the aura. Let You Live. Hey. Thank you so much for the tier 1, Let You Live, and the 8 months of support. I'm sorry, the 9 months of support. That's a Twitch baby right there. Let You Live, thank you so much. Gronzik, welcome, welcome. Albatross as well in the house. Good to see you all. Cronin as well, welcome indeed. All right. A couple of things that we want to do first. Number one, we got a surprise article in Forbes, ladies and gentlemen. A surprise article in Forbes. This was covering the funding announcement, and we just found the article, and what a cool thing! What a cool thing! Was not anything that it wasn't a purchased article. It wasn't a planned article. It was just an article that was done that picked up on the news. That was really cool. Very cool to see. The momentum, the excitement, the snowballing keeps going. It's very, very good. Very good. So you should all be encouraged by that. It's a really cool thing. And let me see if I can... I know the article's up somewhere. I think we posted it on Twitter, but... I don't think we made a Discord announcement about it, but yeah. But if you're interested in reading it, it's not too different in terms of the content from the Game Rant article, but it's still really cool to see. And hey, more coverage, more reach. It's always a good thing. Always a good thing. New player here trying the game out for the first time. Jabonli. Nice. Very cool. Hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it very much. Did I hear about the poor ranger that died at the bank? He tried to withdraw and died to fall damage. Okay. I see how it's going to go. I see how it's going to be. Thank you for that, Lone Dog. Thank you. Wow. Now, next. You guys hear me erratically talk about things like doing segments on this stream from time to time. Obviously, that has yet to stick. But another one I've been toying around with is hot take of the day. Hot take of the day. And what I expect that to be is when I read something on Discord that strikes me as like, you know what? Either that's a pretty good idea or that's a really interesting take, specifically on Pantheon and specifically on the game, the mechanics, the design, the, things like that. I want to have like a hot take of the day. If there is one, there won't always be one, but when I see something like that, I think it would be cool to float that and just get a general temperature reading. But I want to make a very important disclaimer, okay? Before I took my break from streaming, one of the things that I started to hear a lot, again, one of these narratives that can kind of spin up, is they're designing the game on the fly, or Joppa is designing the game based on his chat. So I want to make something really, really clear. When anyone ever suggests an idea or says, hey, it'd be cool if you did this, and I say, that would be cool, or that's a good idea. Even if I ask you guys a question directly, I'm like, hey, what do you guys think about this? I need you to understand that this is not a formal design meeting. I am not unilaterally making design decisions based on anything that happens on this stream. I very often will bring feedback from this stream and put ideas potentially on this stream on the table for discussion if I think that they have merit and if they're relevant to things we're discussing. But I have to make that disclaimer very, very clear that anything discussed on this stream, anything discussed in this chat, anything that I say is not a design decision. So hopefully that's clear. And obviously that matters in, when we do things like this segment, the hot take of the day kind of segment, things like that. There's this delicate balance between you guys understanding that your voices are heard and that your feedback actually does really matter. But it's not a one-to-one promise or handshake on, action or things like that. All that being said, hot take of the day. And it's funny, I actually just read this right before the stream started. And it does happen to be kind of in the ecosystem, I guess, of ideas of the things that we're actually working through and talking through right now as a design team. And by the way, if I pull from something that you've suggested, or it's basically if it's your idea, I'm going to give you a shout out. So I'm reading through some of the current discussion on instancing and dungeon availability of NPCs and things like that. And we get to, here's the shout out, we get to Xann, Xann. And Xann says this. Here's the hot take. Basically, they're responding to this statement. I think they're responding to their own statement, which is actually irrelevant to what they say here, so never mind. Here's the hot take. Basically, take Banshee, but instead of having a low chance to get the hair from killing Trench's trash mobs, you need to kill 10 Pyre Souls, 10 Charblades, 10 Dragon Priests, 10 Scribes, and then you get a hair, and you can do it every day. Fighting the Banshee locks you out from getting loot from her until the lockout timer is up. Would give groups a reason to explore the whole dungeon instead of camping in one spot while rewarding you with a boss spawn. Curious. What do you guys think about that? Let me put it in my own words, just to kind of help roll it around a little bit. Right now, and this is common knowledge now, this has been discovered. Right now, one of the rare spawns in the scorched trenches, or the smoldering trenches, is the Banshee. And while I'm not going to reveal all the details of it, one of the steps needed to spawn the Banshee is to loot an item, a very rare item that has a very small chance to drop. And then you use that item in the process of summoning the Banshee. So the idea here is, instead of it being this extremely low chance, and you're just, hoping to get it, that if you want to fight the Banshee, then there are a series of things that you can do to essentially guarantee you're going to acquire that item. And the other little spin I would put on it, just to process it, because this is what we do. Like, you guys are idea and feedback factories. Like, Discord is a idea and feedback factory. It is constantly churning, and the engines are humming, and there's always thoughts and ideas and comments and feedbacks and things coming. And we read a lot of that. Some of us read, I would say, most of it. And we try to give, as much of a fair shake to all the things that come in. And so this is an example of like an idea that's stated, kind of grabs my attention, passes through some filters. And, one of the things I immediately remind myself of and then would say out loud is, this doesn't mean that every NPC needs to function this way. To me, this is more like, if you divorce it from Banshee completely and you just come at it from the idea of like, does a mechanism like this make sense in the game in general? Anywhere? I see what you guys mean by the daily lockout side. That's actually an interesting angle. I hadn't thought about that. The daily idea. The daily idea. Or like why that would feel like a daily, potentially. What happened with Lorthane? I don't understand. I just see nice getting censored because I'm trying to say I don't support Twitch. I don't. Was that like an auto-moderated thing? I don't know. Anyway. Oh yeah, the repetitive nature. That's another good point. All of this kind of tying into, and if you don't know, I've said it many times. I can't stand dailies. I can't stand them. They are almost always a path to burnout, like very rapid burnout for me, and it turns playing a game into something that just doesn't. Yeah, so. Okay. Yeah, if you've got dailies as the mechanism to try and get you to log into your game, then you're in trouble. In my opinion. You are in trouble. All right, cool. Well, it was good. It was good feedback. Hot take of the day. Hot take of the day. Shall we prepare to dive in? I think so. I've got some traveling to do, guys. We got some ground to cover. As far as like YouTube upload schedule, I tweeted that I have a highlights video for Ripsmack when we actually got the Ripsmack on stream. I've got a highlights video coming up for that. I was hoping to have that done this morning. It's probably going to end up being more this evening. So if you're at all looking for that, my plan in general. So the live streams, obviously, we've got the live stream itself. I have it set up where my live stream on the YouTube side is going to automatically upload the full live stream. And so you can watch the full live stream from today at on the YouTube channel. And then I'm trying to follow that up with kind of a shortened, edited kind of crunch down highlight of everything. And yesterday's is really important, guys, because yesterday we got it. Oh man, I'm still so excited about that. Actually put it in play today. But yeah, just letting you know in case you were looking for that upload. We need to make it to Wild's End. We got some ground to cover today. All right. Log on in here. Well, let's see. Anyone porting to what? Oh, Glorf, come on now. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? What's the typical teleport fare? I need to sell. I need to buy my abilities. I've got some things to do before we leave. This is where I logged out, guys. I left Halnir Cave. Okay, so the Ghaldassii Ruins is there. We need to head this way. I left Halnir Cave. I killed like a skelly, maybe 2 skellies out here. More escort quests, Simlos? I don't think so, my friend. Just a donation? Okay. I'm gonna go sell. Whoops. Glorfet. Hello there. I'm interested in a teleport to Wild's End. Can you meet at Demeth? See what happens. No one charges for ports? Well, they better charge me. They better charge me for ports. Nope, have to come to bank. Dimmoth is too okay. Okay. I can do that. I'll meet you at the Dimmoth Bank. Wait. Very well. I shall meet you at the Dimmoth Bank shortly. I have to peddle my wares first and grab some scrolls from the vendor. Well, the problem is I've rebound R to one of my abilities, so I can't make good use of the R reply hotkey. If you want to form your group here, I can port them all. Last spot will be me, DPS class if you can get a tank, or tank if you can't. Interesting. Okay. Young but brave halfling seeking more for a journey to the Ghaldassii Ruins in Wild's End. I have a port for us covered. Levels... What are we going to do, like 12 to 16? Atticus! $14 Ranger. All right, here we go. Invite Paticus. Oh, Paticus isn't in zone. Alois. For legal purposes, I should let Glorfetta know he's being recorded. That's very true. I didn't even think about that. What's going on, Stan? Good to see you. Do I think I pressed more technique abilities or class-specific resource abilities during most fights? I would say more of the class resource abilities most fights, but it's kind of close. It's probably like 60-40. Saxon, we are on Stormona. Bruce. We're meeting in Demeth at the bank. I forgot that I've moved my camera so you guys can actually see the chat. I don't need to read it out loud, but I like reading it out loud, so I'm going to continue to do that. I'm dead. All right. Suckmug, I can't give you a date yet, but they are definitely coming. So be storing up those no-lifing reserves, because you will need them. Okay, so we've got Wizard, Ranger, Monk, Rogue. So we're great on DPS. We need a tank and a healer. Of course. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that we would need a tank and a healer? It's uncanny. Man of Rohan, I'm still a rogue. I'm going to be honest. I've been really enjoying the class. I've been really enjoying the class, and you know, with what occurred last night, I feel even more riveted to like keep pushing it forward. I don't want to not have good experience and kind of a deep experience with the other classes as well. So I do need to figure out when I'm going to branch out a little bit and start seeing other people. The wall, I did get Ripsmack. I'm gonna be posting a video tonight of the highlights that led up to the moment. But yes, oh yes, Ripsmack is mine. Mine. Okay, let's sell. Got a lot of stuff to sell. Does anyone want to buy any ratkin meat? Or any of these runes? Boop. 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 I'm so sorry if I'm triggering anyone for deleting things that I should not be deleting. Or selling them, rather. We're getting close to our first gold. Bracken meat is a general item with no purpose. Well, that's unfortunate. I kind of... got some good stuff. We got the ring, got the helmet, got... Ripsmack. I'm going to save this in case I make a cleric. Just going to do it. Alright. So this, that. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. All right. Now, what are we gonna buy? Unstable mixture. I don't know that I don't really see a way of incorporating that into my current stuff. Elixir of Opportunity. Prepare an elixir that releases a cloud of smoke when broken. The next time you receive physical damage, release a cloud of smoke. This smoke gives you an advantage in combat, granting 2 opportunity. Oh. So this is like my next decoy. And this gives me 2 opportunity when I'm hit. I can see that being useful. Consume 1 opportunity to grant yourself 250 readiness. Opportunity is definitely the thing I feel more starved on. I don't know that I want that. At least, like, right now. It's a stun trap, okay. Shadow planning. Carefully plan your next attacks from the shadows, increasing your physical critical chance by 10% for 5 seconds. Okay. Is that meant to, like, synergize with Sinister Strikes, I wonder? And do they both cost opportunity? I really want this. I'm going to go ahead and get this because I just want to have it on me. Let's get the stun trap. Let's get shadow planning. Okay. Last trap. Okay. Let's try these out. Let's try these out. Hey, Brokon. Looking to come back to this game. Up to what level would you say this game is fully fleshed out for now, and how's the populations at those level ranges? The population is definitely where you're going to be running into the most consistent issues. Finding groups and things like that. I would say that the game is relatively well fleshed out. If you can find groups really through, you know, at least up until level 40, and once the Wild Bloods come out next week, then we'll be at least the low to mid 40s, and then from there, you know, Ash Breathers. I mean, there's definitely a path all the way up, for sure. Now, I will say this: there's also some really substantial, significant updates coming to the game. That, you know, we're kind of on the precipice of those things starting to roll out, and we'll have a lot more, you know, info about that as time goes on here in the relatively near future. So just keep that in mind as well. But yeah, I'm excited that itch is there, though. That's the thing that's most important to me. When you actually start playing again and whatnot, I think, you know, we're on the verge of a lot coming and a lot to be excited about. And I'm sorry that's so cryptic. I am. Can't wait for more brown gear. Brown's my favorite color. Good. Well then, hey, you're right at home. I tell you what. All right. Guys, I think we're ready. Is there any kind of food? Should I get some food? Energy, hydration, blah, 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 blah. It's Jim Long. Jim Long. He's an old business partner of mine, Jim Long. I cannot cook. I have no trade skills on this character. Don't remind me, it makes me very sad. We are headed back, however, to my old stomping grounds. This would be a good opportunity to train it. All right. We've got Alinar, Bruce. We've got group porting to Wild's End for Ghaldassii Ruins. Need a healer or tank. Level 12. Say level 12 to 16. Necro. There's an elf shaman. There's Glorf. Oh, it's Glorf. Glorf, you're everywhere. the level 17 shamans just to... Oh, wait. Res it. Glorf is half of strong. That's funny. I've always enjoyed quests and how they relate to the story. Unfortunately, Pantheon is pretty thin on those. Will there be any improvements to that in the future? Yes, there will. Part of that is improving the verisimilitude. Generally speaking, which is a big goal of ours for the upcoming Badia Dakara area. We really kind of want that to be essentially the gold standard of that. And the way quests will be built and integrated on top of that foundation, I think will be a good picture moving forward of what you can expect as the game continues to grow and as our team is growing. All right, let me grab... Where is it? Okay. Wait, what happened to the monk? The monk left. Where do you go? Did he crash? Oh my. Hey, Zelius. Good to see you. What's up, Spectre? Good to see you as well. Guys, what are Stalker stakes worth? I can't. Zinton, I can't do it. You got to give me a price. And it's got to be legit. Okay, we lost. Okay. I'll do it for 5 silver. 5 silver it is. Thank you, my good sir. Thank you, thank you. 2 decks, 36 crit. Boom. Boom. That's sick. Thanks, Senton. All right, we need to replace Monk or Bruce. And we still need that healer. Oh, no, we got the healer. That's right. So we got Ranger waiting. Oh, Bruce is back. Whoops. Indeed he is. Okay. Bruce? Oh, Bruce! Okay, there he is. There's level 15 ranger. Okay. Are we ready? So, how are we handling getting Glorf? Hold on, can't leave these people hanging. Glorfus here with me. Okay. Well then, yeah. Let's get Galadriad in the group, and then we'll There's Poppy. Dude, level 50s have so much aura, it's ridiculous. $64 dex, Chris? Wow. That's some dex. Hey, Primus. Good to see you, friend. So, we're still waiting on... Oh no, Rezib died. Uh-oh. Ooh, we got bolted. People seem to be mixed about wizards getting familiars. Care to talk us through the design decision? Well, I'm happy to, but explain. Because wizards have had familiars for a really long time. They've just been little Orbeez versus their actual, like, draconic look. Oh, yeah, no. They're just visible representations, just like the orbs. There's no controlling them. Their effect is entirely passive. It's just a cooler, more intended way of the familiars looking. That's it. And we've tweaked the actual effect of the familiars as well. So their effects are different now. So that's also worth noting. And I think they've been improved. But yeah, it's largely just the cosmetic upgrade. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I don't know that I've been on a server before that Dimith has felt kind of like a little hub, and I really like that. I didn't say anything when I first ran in here, but when I first came into the village to head to the bank and meet up with everybody, I was not expecting to see this many people just chilling, and I really liked it. It's going to be really interesting to see, you know, if that phenomenon carries over as the game grows and the population swells and things like that, where the hubs end up being. Sweet Christmas is right. I'm excited, guys. I'm really excited. This is going to be the first time I did on the... It was the Enchanter. I did on the Enchanter get a little bit of a taste of the Ghaldassii Ruins. This is going to be my first time hopefully really getting in there. And I'm kind of pumped. Fair thou, yep. Never know. Joppa, can you disclose how much funding was received to further develop Pantheon? The amount was stated as 6 figures. 7 figures, you mean? I can't share the number. I can't share the number. But it was... There's a reason we called it major funding, I'll say that. Body by Dave. Body by Dave. Okay. Yeah. We're very excited as well. Oh, man. Very excited. Hey, it's yogurt chips. And... No way. No way I would get drawn to yogurt chips as a hilarious name. And of course, we see who he's standing with. Oh. I'm sorry. There's something, I don't know. Few things can penetrate the armor, chat, of my stoicness, but the names of MMO characters, for some reason, because it's like people are just like, you know what, I will forever be known in this world as yogurt chips. That's it. That's me. Yeah, Brandon, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. I think that's what also makes it such a big story. I think that's why you see like Forbes picking up the news, for example, is because number one, not only are indies on the rise in general, and they absolutely are, but yeah, number two, the AAAs and the MMOs and the things that are struggling right now, sadly, it is it's a big deal, you know, to be able to be pushing against that tide, you know. It's a really big deal. It's Glorfin Paticus. Let's get Glorf in the group. Let's get Paticus in the group. We need to bind. If the name Robert is taken, what's left but flaming Dungleberry? You know what? You've got a point. It speaks to the faith of some folks in the product, and it's good to shine a light on positive news. We need more of that these days. Indeed. Indeed. One of your favorites in EQ2 was Turd Burglar. One of my favorites in EQ1 was an ogre named Daddy Loves Puddin'. Daddy Loves Pudding. But spelled puddin'. Guy on Destiny, Jar of Farts. Another banger. I saw that posted by Forbes. Very good publicity. I really want to see you guys kill it and get this out. You will win the masses. Thank you, Brandon. I agree. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. We need to bind. Let me get my bearings here. I think the city's this way. The ruins are that way, so I think it's pretty much just straight. I'm just going to follow everybody else. That's what I'm going to do. Wayfinding engaged. Yep. Wow, it's been a long time since we've been here, chat. Last time I was here, I was a lowly little level 10 enchanter. Now I'm a level 15 rogue with Ripsmack. You know, I've heard tales. Oh, I just got really excited. You know why? Do you know why? Yo! Dead Man's Spear drops here. Oh my goodness. Whew. Wow. I'm used to the new swimming, guys. Oh my. The new swimming and the new, yeah. Interesting. I think next week, probably next Monday, we'll show off the new swimming. More than you can imagine. Body by Dave, more than you can imagine. I can show you a solo camp you can use to fill out armor slots with uncommon drops. Ooh. Let's do that. Well. Well, if it's... Oh. Yep. Sounds great, Paticus. That's actually really exciting. So what is the plan here? We need to... I would like to get that spear, but I don't want to be the only one. Am I the only one hunting for something in our group? Does anybody need anything? You see that 109 damage waylay? Oh my goodness. Ripsmack. Dude, it's so nice. So nice. Now, the Galdasi necklace quest. Many of you, when I've posed that question of what's something we should be chasing right now, the Galdasi necklace quest was mentioned. Remind me, are there any precursors to that? Or does that quest start here? The names. Okay. Let's guys, if we can get a dead man's spear, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I really don't know. Acom, speaking of swimming, is there still plans to have a large amount of underwater content? Yes, but over time. Over time, meaning that, you know, we're not gonna delay launch until we have, you know, this huge amount of underwater content. We have very specific things planned, specific POIs, specific areas, and a general experience that we're after building underwater, the atmosphere, the movement, you know, the things that are going to make it kind of the unique experience it's going to be in Pantheon. And the area we're working on right now, Body of Dakara, that's going to be, I mean, that's a big part of that zone. So you guys will get a substantial taste of what all that means when Body of Dakara is ready. Oh yeah, the food. Stalker steaks, yummy. 18 decks. What does Waylay scale with? Decks as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. At least one is being camped already. Ooh. Ooh, some competition. Okay. I'm new, give me plats. I mean, maybe one of the most EverQuest things I've seen or read in a hot minute. All right, one of the things we need to do today is I need to get my flash bomb on an actual like hotkeyed button, because I cannot utilize that tactically at all the way it is right now. So how do we want to do this? I think I know what I want to do. Beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. We're good. Oh yeah. Dude, you know what's kind of killing me right now, guys? The fact that I don't have gathering skills. I didn't get gathering skills on this character. And this is where you can get ash trees. And I just barely tasted that on the enchanter. All right, I need to also get serious here about, we don't have any crowd control really, so I need to do a little more of that. I'm gonna try to do a little bit more of that. Which means I also need to get this bound. Oh, I'll bind that too. Actually, I might end up binding that. I might end up just swapping these. That's what I'm gonna do for now anyway. I'm looting everything. Dude, that monk is putting out some damage. My goodness. Hey, what's up, Grix? Oh my, I need to, my toxins. Yes. I don't know why I forget that so often. Like, it's such a massive difference when you have toxins applied, which I love. Of course, everybody is, this was the perfect time to do this. Perfect time to do this. Perfect timing. Oh. Glorf! No, Glorf! Oh, my goodness. Where'd he go? I was about to do an incredible, like, pro gamer move. Hello there. Need shadow step. Boop. Yeah, Brutix, it is. It is indeed. All right, let's see if I can actually interrupt these yeets. Let's put our stun trap down as well. Shadow planning. This is opportunity as well. That's tough. I mean, you use Sinister Strikes. You consume all your opportunity. You got to build all of that back up. Use Shadow Planning, which lasts for 5 seconds. And then really kind of immediately go into your opener after that so that you don't lose your Sinister Strikes. Top is camped. Only one left. Anyone know where he is? I only know vaguely. I'm not going to flex my dev knowledge on this one. So see if I use that here, okay? So I used all my opportunity. It's like 5 seconds down. If I use Shadow Planning now... Oh, it's casted too? What? No. 3.8 seconds cast? You can't... you really can't use them together then. Okay. Catch. What do I want to put on the bar? Hey, what's up, Quick Save? Good to see you. This is my favorite music. Oh, I love it. Who's camping the top? Vanguard? Oh, Vanguard. I was not the biggest Vanguard fan. And the reason for that largely was the ways that it departed from EverQuest. And I felt like as soon as I got in and felt a sense of a quest grind, it put a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know. It put a bad taste in my mouth. So therefore, well, two things really. I mean, I, like most people, struggled to play it, struggled to run it. So when it had its opportunity to really grab me, it couldn't, because I couldn't play it very well at all. I'm trying to think of what else really turned me off. I remember being really upset about the unibody approach. Like the fact that I feel like I couldn't really tell the difference between any of the races. That really bugged me. Breaker. Oh my. I don't have my re-stealth up. I think I will say though that I think I missed something special with Vanguard. I've heard from enough people that I respect and share, you know, many of their same come-froms that I think I would have really enjoyed it. So I do regret not playing it more. But, you know, it is what it is. And somebody said earlier that a lot of Vanguard was the product of the times, and I think that's true. I think a lot of the things they did... There's a male helmet on here. I did not do any crafting in Vanguard, nope. But yeah, crafting and diplomacy, those are the two things I hear a lot about with Vanguard. I never did diplomacy all that much. Vanguard was tough too because just stage of life. I mean, so many things contributed to me not getting into that game as much as I would have at a different stage of life. So it kind of had the card stacked against it anyway with me. I did play Dark Age of Camelot. Absolutely I did. That was a funny one too though, because I remember not ever playing Midgard because the friend group I played with never wanted to do Midgard. I hated Hibernia because I hated the way everything looked. I didn't like any of the races or any of the characters, so I feel like I almost always went Albion. And what was the name of the class that was the melee weapon class? Oh dear. Mercenary, yes, that's what it was. That's the one I always played. The one that had like a lot of positional attacks. And I like that class. I think it was the mercenary. Yeah. That was fun. That was fun. But it wasn't EQ. EQ was always, I mean, until World of Warcraft, EQ was just the game that I wanted to play. And even since World of Warcraft, the game that I always find myself going back to is EQ. You know, I don't have like a yearly or every other year I need to go back and play WoW again. I don't have that, but I do with EQ. Hibernia for life. Hey, there you go. You've been sitting in Wild's End today for your workday ambiance. There you go. You just got the item for the Banshee Briar. Nice. Very nice. What do I want to put on my utility bar? Get that slot filled. I guess caltrops. I guess. Classic era WoW is really good. Really good. Did we ever hear back from the Snick camp? It's not. The Steam Mage. I designed all the NPCs in here and their abilities, and I've spot tested all of them. And I've watched a lot of footage of streams and, you know, people doing this area. And I am now tasting it firsthand. In context. These guys are tough. I'm trying to remember, like, you know, what it's going to be like when, you know, everybody's... Well, let me ask you guys. Let me turn this into a question, okay? Be interested to hear your thoughts on this. And it's a huge can of worms, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So hold on to your butts. We're going for a little ride here. Twinking. Twinking. Something that most of you care nothing about and have no interest in. And if you haven't been watching me well enough or long enough to know what my sarcasm sounds like, that was sarcastic. We're in a group right now where I think probably the majority of the people in this group, other than Glorf, obviously, have really good weapons. Hold on. Okay, great. I'm glad that worked. And I know that everybody is going to... Yes, this is the perfect opportunity to talk about Feign Death. I know that it sucks. I know. Hold on. Hold the thought. I don't know why my smoke trick didn't land. I feel like I probably need to go up with the monk next time we do that and just go ahead and call out like a... Is everybody in the group right now listening to the stream? So if I called... I know there's a little delay. I'm sorry I'm vacuuming up all the loot to have it. Okay. So then I'm probably going to come up when we do pulls like that and just kind of... If you guys want to call out like somebody to smoke trick or whatever, that way we can avoid that moving forward. Lethal, Galdasi necklace and low-key hoping for a shot at Dead Man's Spear. Oh, sorry, Briar. So anyway, Twinking. We're in a group right now that's pretty heavily, twinked and geared out. Got good gear, all that good stuff. And, the effect that has on, like, how difficult is this area really? It's definitely still possible for us to die in here. But, the mobs are dying really fast. And, I think it raises some important questions. I know there's been some good discussion, like in Discord, about this issue. Or this topic, rather. And whether or not there should be any kind of, like, controls on these things. Alright, I probably... Yeah, I can't... Now, the game, we can call this kind of an aged environment. This server's been up for... Well, I actually don't remember exactly how long Stormona's been up, but... EA in general, we're... What are we now? 9 months, 10 months... 11 months, somewhere around in there. It's a long time to accumulate gear. It's a long time to level up, get good stuff, pass it down. And right now there's no limit, there's no guardrails. And you know what? I think it might end up even being more... Dang, you need an opportunity for everything. Rogues, I feel your pain. You need opportunity for everything. What I was going to say is, when we combine the NPC types, I think it's going to be even more important, this question, because right now, even twinked, Chevron NPCs are still really difficult. Really difficult. Not like even gray chevrons are really difficult. I mean, unless you are just absolutely twinked out of your mind and you're one of the particular classes that has a really nice like solo kit. But when we think about once the NPCs are unified and you don't have that barrier anymore, that kind of artificial barrier, I think it's going to be even more interesting and even more important what we do with that. Oh my sweet goodness. See, I don't have... Okay. How do we do this? Because I don't... Oh, never mind. I'm totally forgetting about kick. Kick into the caltrops would work just fine. Let's try that. Hey, what's up, Berserk Becky? Yeah, we're in Wild's End, Ghaldassii Ruins. Yep. Bind on equip. Just go fight harder stuff? Well, I mean, maybe, but it's also a way to get the really good stuff that drops. You know, you're not always incentivized to go fight harder stuff when it's, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I love Twinking. Like, it's something that I really enjoyed in EQ. It's honestly, in some ways, a lot of what has brought me back to the game at times, because I know I've got a little bit of an easier time kind of leveling up. But somebody mentioned earlier, who was it? Chrysex said it. Body by Dave. As well. That EQ handled that, and we've discussed this as well. Sorry. Oh, you're just Feinda. The way that EQ had those kind of built-in caps, right? So up to level 10, you were constrained. I remember getting, like, you know, having a mithril two-handed sword or something like that at level 8, and I would only hit for 20, 21 damage, maybe 23, 24, 25 if I was an ogre or something like that. And then you were excited when you hit level 10, because then the cap went up to, like, 30, I think. You could hit for like high 20s. And then at level 20, the cap was removed completely. And then you're like, you know. And that felt good. You know, I mean, we all got that. You know, it was part of it. And it honestly was part of the whole like DNA of the rags to riches journey, where you felt this is part of what's making me feel weaker because I'm lower level. I can't actually get, you know, super good damage out of this yet. And then when those caps came off, it was like, oh yeah, like that feels really good. So that's definitely something we're considering, because at the end of the day, and I think it's important to say things like this every once in a while, just to kind of do some expectation setting, which is that there is a balance between just brute fun, enjoyment, satisfaction, which is being able to like load your characters up with like the best, craziest stuff that you can, versus like balancing that with the long-term health of the game, the new player experience, like, and balance is what we're ultimately what we're after, you know. Not overbalance, not balance that, you know, cripples the fun of the game or some of the core replayability loops, but balance to, you know, make sure that because it's a socially driven game and a very shared world experience, make sure that, you know, single players aren't able to, you know, completely capsize the balance of the game. You imagine a new player coming in here and they end up getting in a full group, and it's a group that's just like super decked out. I mean, that's not really the experience, you know, that we're going for. And when I say decked out, again, I'm not talking like, I'm talking extreme twinking, okay? I'm talking stuff that's like, you know, there's a huge disparity gap between rogue chest. I'll check it out. One stamina, one dex. Strength, one dex. Okay, I'll keep what I've got. What does this look like, though? Strength, dex, stamina, dex. Oh, actually, stamina would be good for my bleeds. It looks cooler than what I had, so there you go. It is brown. It is brown. Thank goodness. Nims asks, hi, what are your views on the new player that joins the game alone? I think in this new world with Discord, the grouping experience is not at all the same as an EQ. In EQ, we texted, now it's voice on Discord. It takes a lot for a new player to join a group on Discord. I agree. We've had many conversations about that. In fact, one of the recent discussions that we've seen on Discord a lot had to do with the previous techniques system and the combination, you know, of synergizing with other classes and coordinating with other players. And there were a lot of people that were like, you know, you guys walked that way back. How come? Because we really loved it. And we've been paying attention to those conversations. We've been paying attention to that feedback, that there's definitely a portion of players that enjoyed what it was. But at the same time, what the question that was just asked here by Nims is a really big component, because anytime you're asking players to not only do what they're doing well or coherently or in a way that contributes, but you're not only talking about the general kind of conversating and players communicating with each other and knowing what's going on and whatnot, which is kind of like why I've been trying to talk to the group a little bit, you know, in type, even though I know at times everyone in the group is listening to the stream and I can talk directly to them like that. Not everyone wants to get in Discord. Not everybody wants to use voice chat. And oh my goodness. It's okay, I'm a rogue. I gotta work on that muscle memory with that ability. That was way too slow. Would have been dead. So I don't want to get too off track with what we were talking about. We can come back to this topic later, but it's a good point. It's an important point. And it's part of our discussion process right now in relation to techniques and yeah, Zanzibar, that's right. It's not about... It's definitely not about removing Twinking, like making it impossible, or... It's really just about having some constraints in place. Some level of constraints so that it can still be enjoyed, it still exists, but it's within a spectrum of, like... being reasonable and not ultimately destructive to the game's balance overall, and the new player experience. And interesting hammer. Am I able to reveal what's in store for wizards and summoners? We'll probably talk about wizards in a little bit more detail next week on Monday's stream. Summoners, not quite ready to talk about yet. They are the class that we're working on next for that really kind of like deep pass. And we're going to be trying to knock that out relatively quickly. Oh. Oh. We need to... I need to start standing against the wall. I keep forgetting to do that. Up. Nope. Climb. I'll be using Shadowfall. Shadowfall. Oh, I don't have the option. Let's say it together, chat. Don't have the opportunity to do that. I don't have enough opportunity. We need to get some of those, like, World of Warcraft voiceovers. I can't do that yet. I don't have enough opportunity. Nope, Atomic. That's on my short list of major things that the rogue needs. Right now, in the climbing state, they can't use Shadowfall. And one of the main inspirations for the ability was to use it from a climbing position. So, no, you can't do it yet, and absolutely you need to be able to. But you know, at times the pain points of the class or the felt potential of the class, you know, with this tweak or that tweak, these are perfect opportunities for mastery to come into play and like create some of these synergies and these polish points in the abilities in the kit. Can you release and do it mid-fall? Let's try it. I'm going to try it. I'm going to go into stealth. Yep. You can. Good call. Male eggs. Gosh, can't wait for item linking. My goodness. Hey, Lycan, something like marriage? I mean... are you thinking in terms of like an NPC that would facilitate something like that? Or are you thinking more like, you know... Curious what you mean. Primus, I agree with you. I've already been kind of like sensing that as we've been having these discussions, and I'm applying it to my most recent, you know, these experiences playing the game with these classes and really kind of bonding with them and their progression and things like that. And I'm thinking like, okay, you know, I've got a Ripsmack. Like, if I end up... Well, first of all, Cleric is not on this list, and somebody needs to explain that to me because, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Talk about an oversight. This is a cleric weapon. Anyway. Yeah, I'll say this. I will say this, and then I want to speak to something that I just read. I really would like for rogues to have a way to re-enter stealth earlier in their journey, because it would synergize, and they do. Let me rephrase. They have it in Flash Bomb. The Flash Bomb comes with a stun, and the stun, while really nice, is not always what I want, and it does nothing for my opportunity generation. And I feel like if we had some kind of a cooldown, something where the rogue could re-enter stealth and actually gain some opportunity back in doing that. And even tweaking certain things. So like right now, that escapism thing, Elixir of Opportunity, Like, make it, I don't know, like even force them to attack me. So it would go off. So it's the exchange, right? Like, make them attack me. They hit me. I take a little damage, but I get 2 opportunity points back. Like, things like that, where it's like, give me some ways to make some opportunity. Give me some ways to get back into stealth and get a little bit more opportunity back so that I can leverage some of these things. Or give me, like, I'm trying to, you know, give me a reason to want to use Shadowfall in combat. Because if I use Shadowfall in combat, then it resets the cooldown, or it removes the cast time for something like Shadow Planning, for example. Or I could pop it instantly. Like, some of those types of things. Be cool. Typical Rick, my friend, thank you so much for the Prime and the 5 months. That's awesome. That is awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Atomic Dimebag says, I've watched a few streams and like what I've seen. I recently picked up the game on Steam but haven't been able to play yet. Are there classes you would not recommend for a new player starting out on their own solo? Stamina and agility leather boots. Ooh. That's a good question. Would not recommend. I'm going for it. We need some new pants. Bad. Do those boots look different? No. Okay. Not recommend for the solo player. What's funny is I think a lot of people would say the rogue would be an unrecommended class for soloing. I feel like it would almost be easier for me anyway to talk about the classes that I think would be a good solo option. So I know Paladins and Dire Lords tend to do pretty well solo. Shaman, Necros, Summoners. The thing about Pantheon is, like, a lot of the classes do reasonably well. You know, it's really more of an issue or a question of efficiency and speed, more so than it is like, can I do it at all? And the other thing to remember too is that some of these things are going to be changing soon when we make the change from having solo and group or elite NPCs and having a difference between those two. Because we're going to be switching all the NPCs over to just be a single type. But the difficulty is going to be closer across the board to what the group NPCs currently are. So the answers that I would give today are going to be a little different, you know, once that happens. But that's not the only thing that's happening either, because as you're seeing with the wizard, and as you guys will experience with the wizard next week, tweaks to the classes in preparation for those changes are coming as well. The classes being more capable in some ways than they are right now. abilities like root, for example. I know I always use that as my go-to, but root is rarely used right now except for pure CC. When something's not being touched, it's rarely, if ever, used in actual direct combat because it's brittle. It breaks really easily, and it's a good example because once this NPC change is done, things like root we can make a lot stronger because we're not worried anymore about like oh, I didn't get to use it. I forget it's mapped to Z. Anyway, I'm rambling. You guys get it. Yeah, Atomic, that's cool. I mean, I'm super glad to hear that you've caught interest in the game and are looking to dig in. That's awesome. Hey, Steve R. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Cleric never dies, but too low of DPS to solo well. Would I appreciate Ripsmack as much of it was handed to me versus when it finally dropped regarding Twinking? That's a good question. The answer is absolutely not, for sure. But I think your question also is stated in a way that's important, which is if it was handed to me by someone else, where I didn't work for it, I didn't put in any effort to get it, and just given to me, versus me getting it the way that I did, and then, you know, passing it down to another character. Those are very different things, and I would say, you know, without speaking at all to like the, you know, the balance or anything like that, I definitely could roll with passing it down to a character after I had already earned it. Yeah, I mean, my mind just, I mean, essentially in that context, my mind goes right to EQ, where it's like, you know, once I finally got the Rubicide breastplate, I camped that thing almost 72 hours. Like 70 hours straight. Got it. Do I really want to do that again? The answer is no, at least not immediately. Not for a little while. You know? Come on, man. Keep knocking me out of stealth. The XP is nice here. Almost level 16. That's amazing. Oh, I definitely plan to watch it, yeah. What's my preferred method of twink control? Oops. Wrong belly. Oh my. I finally used my hotkey for smoke trick and it feels good. It only took 2 hours. Only took 2 hours. Hey, how about that? Good job, me. I mean, EQ is such a hard comparison, guys, because, like, we didn't know what we were doing for such a long time in that game. We didn't know what we were doing. That was also back when well, I shouldn't speak for everybody. I didn't know what I was doing. I think a lot of people didn't know what they were doing. I was pretty young. I started playing EQ when I was 15. You know, the friends that I played EQ with, we were all still in school. You know, we had bedtimes, kind of. So, you know, and we had sports and we had other things going on and outside of school and stuff and homework and whole 9 yards. So I didn't have people at the ready, you know, to hop on at any time. So to even transfer gear in EQ, I'm sure you guys remember the fun drop it on the ground, log off, log back in, like get both characters in the same place, find the most hidden place you can imagine, drop the item, camp out, immediately hop back in, you know, hoping that the phone doesn't ring and knock you off the internet or the game doesn't crash or whatever. Or the bag doesn't poof. That's how we transferred items back in the day. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Good. That went well. Hey, Battalion. Right on. Thanks so much for being here. Go have a good time. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, level 16. That means we've got Escape Artist. Probably the ability I've been most excited about. Where'd it go? Oh. When you get the secret dev loot, there's no secret dev loot. Believe me. Yeah. Typical Rick, there are no mods. That is just the automatic mod, the automatic modding. And when I see those, I mean, unless it's something that deserves mods, or deserves being moderated, I just allow it. But it just says a mod, whatever, but that's just me. It has come a long way, and it is on the verge of some amazing strides. This is an exciting time. Very exciting time. Do you know what would make it even more exciting? A dead man's spear. No, I do not miss the multiple hats. I don't. I mean, half the reason that I'm, able to do these playthroughs to kind of R&D our own project and get to spend the time, really deep diving like this is because I've been able to delegate some of those hats. Very thankful for that. Yeah, the multiple beanies. That's a better way to put it. Multiple beanies. So, should we check on Snick? Oh, Resup, yeah, and there's no shortage of those. Oh, so it's camped. Let me see something real quick. Sorry, but are those stats, is the Shalazam listing for Dead Man's Spear, is that accurate? Don't make me open the database. If it's accurate, then it's the same damage as the spear I already have. What? Bro. I feel like the Brine Claw Crest Lord should be dropping something a little bit better than, you know, something that just falls off the butt of a random orc in AVP. I'm just saying, like, you know, who am I? But I'm just saying, like, that's, you know what I mean? All right, escape artists. Okay. Throw a smoke bomb at your feet, automatically activating Shadow Walk for 5 seconds, immediately ending combat, causing enemies to forget about you. After 5 seconds, the Shadow Walk effect will end. Shadow Walk must be memorized. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's I know. I'm kind of hamming it up a little bit. I know we're all the 20 the sub 20 stuff is still waiting. Do we want to check the Crestlord camp, though, and see if it's still active? No one's responding to camp checks, which makes me a little curious. Can we climb up from here? Oh, hello there. I'll tank this one. I got it. Easy peasy. Perfectly timed cal drops right there. Do you guys see that? I hope so. I hope you're taking notes. Look at him. He's just... Yeah. Use it after a flash bomb. But, okay, interesting. Because if I do that, then... Well, I guess flash bomb doesn't actually put Shadow Walk on cooldown, so I guess maybe that would work. Yeah, I'll probably check that solo. Yeah, Wolfgar, good. I'm glad to hear that. You know? It's important to get the right info. I'm gonna actually just like... I'm gonna run up here and see... Just take a quick look with my sneaky self. Nope. Look at that, guys. Look at... That's some dexterity right there. Wow. That is some dexterity. The pH is up. Looks like the Crest Lord isn't camped though. Just gonna see if there's any other named up. Have I been climbing off stream? I have not. That's why my climbing is still at level 6. Abysmal. Okay. So, Crest Lord is open. Do we have a good way to move up here? Oh, wait. There is a group up here. Never mind. Never mind. Shoulders of giants. Well met. A 70, that's just a GM thing. Okay, I'll come down to you guys. I'll come back down. I'll say this, I'm excited that there's people here. This is such a cool place. And, you know, definitely if once the items are rebalanced a bit, I'm glad to see people here doing the content. That's great. That makes me very happy. Just let me play. No, they are. I've been hinting around at that and kind of dancing around that topic a little bit, just because it's, you know, it's a part of a lot of the upcoming things that we're not quite ready to go into detail about yet. But Yeah, we want skill to mean something again. And the things that you choose to invest in, it's, you know, taking some time to do that. Your weapon choice and various other things, the way that it connects to the mastery system, and there's a lot of really juicy detail there to get into soon. The way that we're going to handle techniques and how techniques are unlocked, and trying to put a whole lot more weight of experience, like how bonded you are to your journey as a character and the decisions that you make. Right now, everything is just very weightless, you know. Skill ups are all automatic, just about, like, you don't really put any thought into weapon choice. You just equip something, and before you blink, you know, you're caught back up, and be some good RPG weight coming back in for sure. Oh, it is true. In some ways, it's kind of the backbone of what we're building with mastery and all that. Ooh. Okay. See if anybody needs that. Right now, there's a large divide between players who want fast and the players who want slow. The fast players think the game starts at 50. The slow players want the game journey itself to matter as much, if not more, than reaching 50. Yeah, and I think a lot of the players that currently do approach the game that way, that it's all about getting level 50 max level as fast as possible, I think that will subside to some extent as more of the game comes online, as more of that, like, verisimilitude and things to do and those horizontal progression things, and, you know, feeling like the world is more alive. I think you'll see... there will always be a contingency of players that absolutely they're interested in getting max level as quickly as possible and all that stuff, but I think you'll see... yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure, for sure. I want to like this game, but the game has no Battle Royale mode. Yeah. I mean, I am totally with you on the skill up stuff. It's one of my biggest character progression complaints right now in our game, is that it just feels very light, very weightless. Kind of, just, you know. I'll give you an example of something kind of cool to chew on, okay? These are the kind of discussions we're having. I mean, and honestly, I hesitate to say it. You know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. And the reason is because I think it's really special. And I want to wait. I want to wait until we get it in. Number one, because I want it... I don't... I think it's just a good idea, and I don't want it to get intercepted. Ooh. And number two, I think it's going to be... I just think it's going to be a special thing that you guys experiencing it when you experience it for the first time. I'm not going to say any more about it. But I will say it's part of, you know, making skill and skill ups feel more special, more important. I'll leave it at that. How do I imagine Ranger engaging with draw? Looking a whole lot cooler, with a lot more flourish. So engage. You know, right now they just have a falling animation basically, whereas with engage, I want it to be more, you know, like you're pulling your weapons out as you jump and landing in like a strike. And with a little more weight to it, where you like land, you know, down on one knee or something, like with the strike, and then you stand back up in a ready position. And then, and just looking a whole lot more like a leap, like an offensive attacking leap. And then with draw is meant to be a kick off of the target. Like you basically like kick off the target as you pull your bow out, knock an arrow in the air, and, you know, land and fire it. I mean, this needs to be more like Legolas-like movement, where you actually feel cool and look cool doing it. Not, and I don't mean Legolas-like, like over-the-top crazy acrobatic and things like that, but just with some more pizzazz, you know? It's one of the animations that is an example of kind of an over... I'm going to say this, by the way. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to go do that. But I want to get this thought out first. It's a good example of an overall issue with our animations right now, where they can tend to feel very hurried and rushed, and the overall pacing can suffer. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at. I want to attack behind the mob, I do, but I keep getting knocked all over the place by these Mire Guards. And we'll just pretend that the Mire Guards are the only ones that I'm not standing behind. Anyway, so when you do, like, when a ranger withdraws, I want there to be time to see, you know, the rear up into the kick, the launch, pulling the thing out, you know, while they're going back and firing it. I don't want it to be so fast that they're like, shoop, 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 and it's done. Same with engage, but it's the same issue that plagues other things too, like just combat animations. Like if you watch my character attacking, you'll see a lot of the animations getting kind of truncated when multiple are playing at once. And we need a better animation priority system to allow things to finish and to get a few more frames of information out of them so that they feel weightier, you know? But Ranger is definitely a good one. And this dovetails into the whole conversation about just combat clarity and making it easier. The things that your own character is doing being a little more pronounced so that you can more easily see your hits, your misses, things like that. So they're all just... and the good news is, like, these are all things that they're just a part of identifying the things we want to improve and then improving them over time. They will continue to get polished, and I think we've got a fantastic foundation right now. Just about building on that. fleshing it out, polishing it up, all the stuff. Just noticed you were live. Good to see you too, but it is good to see you as well, my friend. Welcome. All right, we good for a bio break? I'm going to take that as a yes. So I am going to do that real quick. I will be back momentarily. See you guys in just a second. Sarah knows what to do. Trust him. You got this? You good? You good? Okay. All right, be back. We're back. So, while I was away, I was thinking. And I was thinking, as much as I love this place, and as much as I want a dead man's spear, let's think about what our other options are in this zone. We could travel north and see what the Morvaki have for us, because I think the Morvaki... Hey guys, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be straight up. I want to get stronger. Okay? I want to feel the power. I got a taste of it with Ripsmack. And I want more. So where are other options in this zone? I know the Morvaki have good gear, or better gear than what I've got. I think. We've also got the orcs. We've got the orcs in the far north, and they've got some stuff. Equivalent to what drops here. Okay. So what are our options? Hmm. Hmm. Options are thin. Camping Snick for the haste belt and the Ghaldassii neck is the best right now. But like Lorf says, we have a wizard. The world is at our fingertips. We have options. I just don't think we have the levels really right now, I guess. I don't think we're going to be getting a chance at Snick anytime soon, though. Ooh, Harathana, dude. Okay, so I know it's going to make a lot of people mad if we go right back to Halnir Cave, but I was looking at the Fang of the Shade Spider last night, and let's just say I had to wipe up some of the drool. And the Boots of Escape. Oh yeah, the Boots of Escape. Woo! You guys want to try BRK entrance? I don't know. I just feel kind of like Wanderlusty right now. It's like we had such a sharp, clear vision with Ripsmack. It grabbed hold of us. It was what we were going to do. Paddock has to leave in 20. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point too. Like, the other option is to just lock in and get levels, because levels is ultimately what's going to give us the most, like, actual opportunity for things. Yeah, those Boots of Escape are ridiculous. The Boots of Escape and the Fang of the Shade Spider, those are like two of the oldest items that I designed that we still have pretty much as they were originally built and intended. I mean, Fang of the Shade Spider stats have changed a little bit, but yeah, I think Harathana is probably too high. She's definitely on my target list, though. I really would like to do the Harathana camp. That's another one of the camps that I'm really intrigued by. And 2 sick items. Full group, level 22 to 24. Okay. All right. Well, we definitely have a goal. Eventually, another goal. Hey, what's up, Tyrion? Yes, the fabled mace was looted. I've got a highlight video coming up later tonight on YouTube. You can check it out because it was really good. You want... Bruce, you're saying you want to try the Harathna camp? Level 16, 15. Paddocks has got to leave. 16, 15... 15s and 16s. I'm getting the sense from chat that 15s and 16s is not... I'm gonna cut it. Oh, he's leaving in 30. Okay. Sweet. All right. Sax is leaving in 30 minutes, so we good. Eric, not that we've announced yet. We have an internal target for it, but we haven't announced it yet. But as soon as we can say anything about it, we will. And the good news is, most likely, I know David's working on it. We'll be able to put something out that will answer quite a few questions related to when we put it out. Yes, Briar, the gathering skills. Oh, yeah. Hey, Glorf, while you're doing that, I can go get my gathering skills. I'm going to do that. Well, where do we want to climb? I think there's a safe spot up here above us. Do we want to climb up there? Or do we want to slip in the room here where Stax is? Yeah. All right, I'm going to go get my abilities. Or my gathering skills. Wild's End. This zone. We have poured so much love into this zone. My goodness. When I do switch characters, I can tell you right now, I'm going to miss stealth. Pips, how much hang time would you give withdraw? Eritani, I have heard rumors of such a war scout. And from what I've heard, it's a very relaxing, brief experience. With an emphasis on brief. I'm new to Pantheon, just level 6 or so, killing random stuff in starting area. Best way to find groups? Is it OOC or is there like a dedicated channel for that? If you type /LFG Bustle, it'll bring up, or it'll set you to looking for group. And then if you type /who, you can go to this looking for group tab and see everybody who's currently looking for group. You can click filter and filter it by, like I have here, only looking for people. You can have it included in any zone or just your zone. But beyond that, what a lot of people do Oh, we just got a snick spawn? Nice. What a lot of people do is they'll do that, and then they'll just do a /who, look for people around their level, and just send a tell and say, hey, you interested in grouping? Because not everybody puts their looking for group tag on. So. Yep. One sec, guys. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Snake is open for us setting timer. He was just killed. Sick. Okay, then. Hey, Snick it is. Snick it is. Oren! Brother! Thank you, my friend. Tier 1. 19 months. 19 months. Guys, I feel the need to say it. I think Oren was my very first, one of the, if not very first viewers. The first time I ever streamed. Crazy. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much, Oren. Crazy. That was, no rest for the wicked. Wasn't even a Pantheon stream. Hey, that's some interesting volume detection there. Another key binding woe is so weird. Like, I have mouse 4 and shift mouse 4, and these work just fine. Mouse 4 independently works fine, and shift mouse 4 works fine. I now have shift mouse 5 bound to flash bomb, but I also have sprint bound to mouse 5. However, since setting this to shift mouse 5, mouse 5 by itself to sprint no longer works. Did it get... Yep, it got... Yep. Okay, so maybe now we're good. Okay, now we're good. Anyway. Somewhat of a false alarm, but still annoying. Alright, I need to kind of lock in here and get to where I'm going to get back. Tingjing? Maybe? Hey, look at this little group. Cool. Hey, what's up, Soggy? We were actually in Ghaldassii Ruins. We were after the Dead Man's Spear, but it was camped, so we've moved to the Snick spawn, and we're hoping for some necklace, and then the haste belt. The necklace quest and the haste belt. And levels, because we're kind of in that gap right now where I think Just Let Me Play said it pretty well earlier. We're in that Oasis of Mar gap where you can either try to get some drops here and there from places like Befallen or whatever that are kind of eh, or you can just lock in, get the levels so you can actually go to Kazakh or Unrest or places like that. Is there going to be any way we can do a server transfer? My main is on Havensong currently as Fairly Dead server. We have plans to address the server and the population issues that we are going to announce at some point. And when that is, I don't know yet. Vitric, patches next week. Assuming no delays. Lico, it's been a bit. Learning to craft. I'm not going to worry about the crafting right now. I just want these things. I need them. Okay, boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh, I never equipped my wrist. Nice. All right, let's head back. Hey, see you, Paticus. Alric! Not looking pretty cool. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Texting. I wish I could say something more than soon. But soon, we'll just throw soon at it. Soon enough. Hey! It's, That's awesome. Do I have any spare coin? Yeah. How much do you need? Not that soon, Spectre, no. And to be fair, when I say soon, I can't tell you an exact date. Like, even internally. There's a kind of a dartboard time frame that, you know, obviously just can't talk about yet. We definitely still plan to have bards, like, just in generally speaking. I'm not sure there should be a conspiracy around no more bard. Bard is... It's an integral part of the class framework as far as the archetypes and what they bring to the table. Can I give an expected 1.0 date? No, I can't. David JP, any interest in bringing in a caster-focused race like the Erudites? That was such a great part of the EQ mix. Yeah, that is our gnomes, my friend. Hey, Joppa, new to classic MMOs myself. What's your vision for the end state of the game? I keep hearing people talk about multiple continents and races, and I feel like I'm missing past information. Yeah, well, there are still some races that aren't accounted for yet. So the gnomes I just mentioned aren't in game. The Arkai, the Scar, those three are still missing. And then there are 2 other continents that are in play as well, as far as having those unique starting areas for each of the races. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely quite a bit that is not in game yet. Some of these things we have not even started on yet, which is part of the reason why, you know, things like the major funding announcement, the project manager position, and just in general being able to expand our team and expand our efforts and things like that. It's all very important and exciting to the overall effort. And one of the things that we are wanting to do and looking to do sooner than later is to goodness, man, I can't wait till the new swimming system is it's gonna be really good to have him, even without a lot of underwater content. Just places where we need to navigate like this, it's gonna be really nice. I'm not going to go any further than that, though, guys. I wish I could, but it's easier to not now, knowing that we plan to. Knowing that we plan to. Typical Rick. I think I'm going to do that next week. On Monday. Hey, look at that. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to fill the spot. We might need to see how we do, just the 5 of us. Craggy, yes. Yep. And the goal for that roadmap is to be, you know, as far reaching as we can in terms of, you know, with the last roadmap, we had kind of the next 2 things. We'd like for the upcoming roadmap to be even more, you know, significantly more of a picture of the things to come. Is there a new member of the team I'm particularly excited about? I mean, we have amazing people across the board. Like, what I'm excited about is it's the individual team members, but it's also the hold on. Oh, I think we need to keep going around. It's the individual team members, but it's also the roles that they're filling as well. So the fact that, you know, we're able to look at bringing on additional world builders, additional character artists, additional designers, programmers, these things, like it's really just about how many things that we want to do, how quickly we want to move, and our ability to start filling these resource gaps that are going to allow us to accelerate and get a lot more done a lot more quickly. So it's just all of it. Named is up. Guys, okay, let me... I'm lost. I am lost. And... oh, almost dead. I went the wrong way. I know. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. Nobody needs to know that I'm mining. We haven't done any team talk yet, 2 minutes. Any like specific team talk yet, as far as like individual announcements or anything like that. All right. Let's see if I can correct my egregious mistakes here. That's cool. We got a Snick spawn that quick, though. That's awesome. Caster Priest, 8 armor, 1 stamina, 2 magic resist, 2 nature resist. This is not going to be easy to find a way up. I remember this area pretty well. Lost Packets, we do have a dedicated PvP server. And our larger plans for PvP are going to come later down the road with a couple of unique server rule sets and game modes, if you will. I'm coming. I'm not going to mine anymore. I'm not going to be that guy anymore. I mean, it hurts to pass it up, but I'm coming. Capture the flag? No. No, the main PvP offering that I want us to have and be pretty unique to Pantheon is a survival extraction PvP experience. I know I'm lost. I am. Yeah. Yeah, it can be done on PvE servers. The way it would work is really the same way that it worked in 247, which is there will be kind of a central hub where your kind of your hideout would be and your stash, and you know, it wouldn't be available to you in the normal PvE game. You could only access it in that hub, and then you would just queue up for matches, and they would be, you know, the same way it worked in 247. They would be timed. You would have a certain amount of time to get in and get out, and then, you know, keep the stuff in your stash, and then you would have... Guys, oh, I know, okay. I remember where we are now. I think we're back. But this is a very down the road thing, just to be clear. Like, we it is a very down the road thing. The good news is that, you know, as some of you know, we've already well, if you know, you know. Wait. I'm so confused. Guys, what is wrong with me right now? I don't understand. I thought that's the way that I originally went up to check on Crestlord. How much do you guys enjoy saying that? How much do you guys enjoy, like, when these moments where I'm like tasting the pain? Oh, look, this is a problem. It's a little bit of a problem right there. I mean, in all seriousness, though, I'm kind of tweaking right now because it's like, when I look at this, guys, look at it, look at that. This rogue be sneaking big time. Wow, that is some sneaking. Woo. So listen. When I came up here to check Crestlord, I came up on this side. Oh, are they in there? Are they in there? I know the compass, but I'm assuming that's just saying that they're back tucked in underneath this. Did they move to a different location? Nobody's killing the Crestlord PH, by the way. It doesn't seem like. Oh my goodness. Oh. Just let me play hopefully all of them. Hopefully all of them. Oh, it was this. This was the long bridge. Not that one. Okay. Then yeah, I came up right here, which means... I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Guys, I'm almost back. It was like I was never gone. That was really fast. Almost too fast. Whew. We did it. Doom or Quiet, from what I saw on the Steam page, that's what the people want. Sounds like they love the game. They just want more of it. Yep. I think that sums things up well. They want more world, more content, more of the differentiating systems and mechanics in play. And that's exactly what we're going to give them. Yeah, it's like I was never gone. What I like about this camp is it's got a built-in Shadowfall spot. Isn't that nice? Boom! When I originally was envisioning Shadowfall, I was envisioning the Zelda 2 downward thrust Link attack. I don't know if that includes the bounce. I don't know if the bounce would be fun. Oh, it's on cooldown. Hi, oh, oh! The map is such a polarizing feature to the community, but I agree Not having a map makes you pay attention to landmarks. Woo! That's some damage, guys. That is some damage. Yeah, I think you can, I think you can do a map, and our plan is, to do the kind of map that does not answer all of your questions, but allows you to generally orient and waymake. And I think that's a good compromise between just literally no map at all. Because, think about it, like, when would there ever not be a map? Like, no matter what time period you're thinking about, maps are important. Like, that orientation is really important. And so what I would love, what I'm hoping we can do is have, we've talked about like the topographical top-down map with fog of war without a GPS. So you are getting a lay of the land, but you're not pinpointing your every move and every position. And then the ability to, again, ideally, and I'm not, we haven't started working on this yet, and some of these things are still in the realm of, like, needing to be kind of sanity checked truly deeply on the programming side and the persistence side and the database side and things like that. But what I would love is if, players are able to mark up their own maps, make their own notes. So you're piecing together based on topography. Okay, I'm generally in this area, and you make a little mark of, this is where this is. So that you can generally do that kind of waymaking. Hiya! Will we see Snick, guys? What do you think? But, there's also the whole side of, if you don't do it, somebody's going to do it anyway. And so, would we rather players be able to keep the game up without needing a side monitor? Because the idea that maps aren't going to be created, there's already, some things out there that are, I would say, way over the line in terms of what we would like to, what we're okay with come launch. Yeah, DS. Me too. I do too. Like things like the Valheim map. Where you're, which I think does have like a GPS dot, but like in the sense of things like Fog of War when you explore areas. And I'm not talking Fog of War like when I envision Fog of War for our map, what I'm envisioning is more kind of like I guess more like World of Warcraft style, where it's more of you kind of unlocking an area of the map, not it's ticking along with your every step and exposing the local kind of around your character kind of thing. It's definitely what I'm envisioning there. But the Valheim map's a good example, and maps where you can like place your own markers, make your own little notes. I think that'd be really cool. Really cool. Am I familiar with Git? Yeah. Yeah, they will. They're always going to be data mining. They're always going to be doing everything they can to expose everything they can, and we know that. And part of the consideration is always that balance between what do we want the experience to be, what are players ultimately going to do, you know? And I think generally we fall on the side of let's do as much as we can in game. As opposed to players just, you know, having walkthroughs and maps up on the side. Like, Tarkov's a great example of that, right? I don't know how many of you played Tarkov, but map knowledge, learning the maps, learning where the extraction points are for both like a scav and a PMC. I mean, that's like a big part of the game. Big part of the game. And there's no map. There's absolutely no map. There's no in-game anything. That may have changed. I take that back. There are there are map items that have probably the most worthless. There pretty much is no map in that game. And so if you ever play Tarkov, one of the things you're doing, and if you listen to new player guides, most of them center on the fact that you really need to spend your first weeks just learning the maps. Don't worry even about extracting. Don't worry about doing quests. Don't worry about any of that stuff. Just learn the maps. And the way you do that is you have to have a third-party source. You have to have another monitor purely dedicated to the map. And you're just constantly running around the world, referencing the map. Running around, referencing the map, trying to decide, like, am I where I think I am? And that's fine. I mean, that's part of waymaking. But I think having that in-game is better than having to have it out of the game. You know? Soggy, yeah. Oh, man. That Mire Guard knockback is brutal. Eats my stealth, and I don't like it. Spectre, right now it will be, but, you know, our plan is to have, you know, smaller subzones and sub areas that, you know, when you go into the Mad Moor, that you would see that you're in the Mad Moor, you know. Very, very similar to the way World of Warcraft handled it, where you cross into these. You're not zoning somewhere, but you're crossing into a new defined area that has a name, and that's kind of what we're talking about. Honestly, the more DS says, the more you can provide for your players in game, the more they can rely on the community and not on Google for information. Yeah. Yep. On that note, I would love to see a cartographer skill where you can get a blank map, run around to clear the fog of war, then sell that map to new players. Yeah. I do like the idea of doing something with cartography, and we've kicked around a few options for that. And while I do think in theory, like, it could be a good player trade kind of economy type system, in actuality, I don't know how much, like, there's not a lot you can do beyond just fill out a map and what makes yours unique, what makes yours different, what makes yours more valuable, or things like that than someone else's. The caveat being with relatively little resource time assigned to it. Like if we really went hard and made this like a full system and devoted time, resource, art, like all kinds of stuff to it, then yeah, I mean, you could make a very cosmetic driven system where your map is a lot prettier, a lot cleaner, clearer, you have more fidelity, you know, whatever it is. Like there's probably lots of hooks that you could use to make it more, and could be something we do down the line, especially when we get into, you know, thinking expansions and thinking world expansion, thinking like, you know, the vastness of like oceans and far away places, and when you think of underwater as well, I mean, underwater can be a big underwater exploration when you talk about like an expanse of water, you know, being able to map those things out. And I mean, there's probably something there, but as a 1.0 candidate type thing, we'll have to see where we can get, you know, balanced against the other efforts that we have. Hey, Phelan, so great question. I'm having this problem where the Git problem. So let me clarify what I meant when I said yes earlier. I use Git. But when I run into an issue like it sounds like you have, I'm reaching out to a different person on our team to walk me through that. I don't have a lot of deep technical knowledge related to Git troubleshooting. I'm sorry. I don't know the answer to that. Ooh, those legs would be really nice. I think my legs are the one thing that I haven't... I mean, I'd like a better cloak. It'd be cool to get a cloak with some decks on it, but... other than that, the legs... could use some decks on those legs. I think I've got decks on... yeah, shoulders. There's definitely still some optimization to be done. For sure. Not to mention having no earrings, no neck, only one ring. Hey, DS, you bet. Yeah, you bet. Bar Hunsinger, yeah, it would be, and that's why we gotta be careful with, you know. It's always that balance. What would be cool versus what's good enough versus, you know, when you have to make a decision with resource constraints, like what matters most. Thankfully, now that we have a dedicated project manager, I don't have to flex as many mental muscles anymore working through some of those problems. I get to be more of a contributor to those discussions. I don't have to sit and make all the math work, you know? Which is really nice. Yeah. Taking a feather from Dune Awakening's cap. Ooh, a Dune Awakening reference. I had a deep but short stint in that game and really loved it. Loved the experience all the way through up until you get to the deep desert, and then it's like, where'd the game go? What happened? Taking a feather from Dune Awakening's cap, unlocking sectors with annotation via cartography and being able to sell them would be cool. Being a scout is always a fun game mechanic for me. Yeah, and you know, I could really see something like cartography working really well when you have something like the deep desert that changes. The fact that it's changing from week to week and you have to go in and relearn or rediscover where the locations are, something like that is absolutely like a really nice built-in loop for the need for people to scout it out. Whoop. Whoop. Huh? Oop. What? I think that just sums up every Funcom MMO. When will the next sit-down dev interview be? You saw one from earlier today from 3 years ago and loved the idea. Which one was it? Which one did you see, Doomer? Just so I can know what you're talking about specifically. Yeah, Sagi. You felt the same way? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Spectre. That's... We rely... Honestly, we rely on Kyle so much. Hey, Snick! Snick! What? Okay. Look at you, Snick, coming out all here I am and such. We rely on Kyle a lot for that kind of stuff. A lot. Oh, he's armored. Well, good thing I've got Corrosive Brew, which I waited a good 2 minutes to apply. You know? I love that you can feel a good difference, though, when you get it on there. I know that. No, sir. What? Glorf, take that necklace. Or whoever else. I'm not going to roll on it. Wow, 92. That was a strong roll. Those caltrops were, it was peak placement right there. Wow. It was kind of Q&A style? Was it with me or was it with a different dev? Year in review. Was it text or was it video? I'm almost out of food and drink. Wait, oh my gosh. Guys. Why am I so bad? Why am I such a bad player? Hold on one sec. Sorry about that, guys. We're getting close to time here, by the way, too, just to kind of set expectations. I'm smelling dinner. Okay, yeah. What I was saying. Why am I such a bad player, right? Didn't have toxins on my weapons. Not eating my stat food. You know, I feel like I am coming to the realization, in a way, that streaming MMOs is not easy. Because, you know, track with me on this. On one level, you can be totally locked in, right? I mean, I could be like, you know, South Park, like the whole, like... Like, that's one thing that we could do. That's one way to do it. That would be a beautiful stream. That would be an amazing stream, wouldn't it? For hours. But I feel like that's the only way I could really, like, hit the marks. Ah! Bathroom! Bathroom! Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yep. I really do think a lot of it is streaming. It's different. Your mind's going a mile a minute, thinking about what people are saying. If anyone's interested in streaming, I'll just give you just a quick piece of unsolicited advice. Spend some time in your room, wherever you game, and just spend some time playing games and talking to yourself about them. And if you feel like you can carry on a reasonable conversation with nobody else in the room and nobody listening, and you can come up with enough things to say about what you're doing and what's happening, then I think it's a good time to say, maybe I should think about streaming. Unless you're like a god tier gamer and you're like, you know, people are watching you because they want to see what you do. But that was the key for me, man. Like, because I'm a very introverted person. What's so funny too is when I game, I don't make a sound. Like, I don't make a sound. I barely move. I have issues sometimes with like my legs and like various things because I realize like I have literally not moved. Not only have I not made a sound, I haven't moved. Like even my arms, my shoulders, like. So it's definitely a different set of muscles with streaming. Grats. We're definitely going to stay through one more spawn, by the way. I can tell you that much right now. Guys, just so you know, I've got one more spawn, one more snick spawn, and then I'm going to need to log out. And we'll probably be back again for a little Friday evening cozy. I'm just saying. One more spawn. Whether it's Snick or the placeholder, one more spawn. Yeah. But anyway, just a little thought there that being able to talk to yourself is important. You can't do Friday. You're working in the evening? Oh, Doomer. Okay. Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about now. Yep. Yes. Where we had like the different panels and like visually, and you had like we were all kind of on there together. Yeah. Yeah, we are talking about doing some of those again at some point. I'm not sure when. But I think we're going to bring those back. At the very least, sometime in the new year we will. From time to time. Yeah, the last stream we did on Friday was really nice. And because we did it a little bit later in the day, we got some new eyes on it. Just let me play. I think you were the one that kind of called that out. Like, something about that time, the day and the time. It was cool. It was cool, chat. You know? I'm sorry, but it was. So, yeah. It was a sweet Christmas morning, yeah. That's right. On the eve of the Year of Imminence. Thanks for the stream, Joppa, and the questions answered. Always good to hear your thoughts on the game and see you play. Hey, right on, Doomer. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. It's another side of it, you know, having been streaming for a little while now. Just, you know, when you hear people say, I would always hear Ko and like other people say, like, you know, you're welcome, but the thank you goes both ways. Like, to be a streamer, I mean, so much of it is about having people here to watch and share the experience with. So I mean, the thank you is to you guys as well, being here and supporting this, and you know, that's it's really cool. I'm very grateful for it. Nice. Hey, I want to keep getting better and better at it, guys, too. Like, that's kind of how that's a big part of it for me, is feeling like there's ways to grow and get better. So hopefully it'll continue to be a place that you guys enjoy coming and watching. That's my goal. And keep the fire under us to keep making the kind of game you guys want to keep coming and watching. That's the beautiful relationship here. 8 slots. Ooh. No one else needs. All right. $24-hour stream for Pantheon launch? Maybe. I don't know what I'm gonna be like 12 hours into that thing. We'll see. I tell you what, though, on launch, oh man, on launch, dude, yeah, I think I could handle it on launch. I cannot imagine the adrenaline that's going to be pumping through me. Oh my gosh. Whew. Yeah, 24 hours at least. At least. Wow. How about making a new character, leaving the class up to you? What should I make? Ooh, heavy. Heavy! Heavy, suck mug. Okay, here's my answer. And it's the class that I most want to play right now. After Daggas. That I would be most excited to jump onto right now. Strength, charisma. Oh yeah, I got a great helm. You ready for this? Necromancer. That's it. Not a monk, just because I've been so heavy into the melee play. And I will say it's close between like Necro and a tank. Like I definitely have this pull, honestly, to play a Dire Lord. I think a Dire Lord would be a lot of fun to play. But yeah, the Necro is the class that, for me, right now, even from my vantage point and my perspective, is the class that is the most intriguing, that I feel like has the most mystique, that I really want to experience. So. When's launch? Haven't played the game yet. We have not announced launch yet, or when it's going to be. Was that the placeholder? Okay. All right. Well, are we going to port out, or are we going to leave? Or stay? We're going to port out, or are we going to leave? Didn't this game get shut down? What? Where did you hear that? Where did you hear such a thing? No. No, it did not. Guys. I'll say this. Enjoy the ride to come, guys. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. I'm excited for all of you. I'm excited to give you guys a game that you love. We are excited to make sure that this game is a game that you love and that you get to be proud of. So, take that to heart. Take that to the bank. All right, let's do it. Great group, guys. Awesome group. Yeah, Skeptic, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Soggy, I've got to be... There is just not a lot at all that I can say. But I think it's okay to say... even the shorter of that time frame is much longer than it's going to be. Not that I'm aware of, Monka. By the way, is it Malkale or Malkale? Please. I want to be able to pronounce it correctly. Guys, I'm feeling a little prestigious running around in here at level 16. I'm level 16. I've got a Ripsmack. Oh yeah. You know? Oh yeah. Whew. Yeah, I know, Vogue. I know. That's true. Because the game's dead. But yeah. And that's okay. That's okay for now. But there's no one to flex to. I feel it. I feel it. There's a couple of key things. No one to flex to. I mean, honestly, with a little less brown, I don't think I need to look a whole lot cooler than this at level 16. I mean, I think that looks pretty solid. But, I want there to be a huge difference between a level 16 rogue and like a level 36 rogue, for example. And even more of a difference. I mean, guys, what I can say that I'm excited about is from Poppy. Poppy level 50 in Halnir Cave on Monday. Had some serious aura, like for real. I felt it. And I'm just imagining, like, man, when we really start getting some of that gear locked in, and you guys are going to see a little bit of it with when Wildbloods come out. I was just reminded today, looking at a rendering of some of the armor and weapons that drop from there, and like, oh yeah, oh yeah. So I just, you know, the fundamentals are there. The aura is there. Skeptic, I probably will. I probably will do a Necro at some point, kind of a deep dive playthrough like this. I don't know. I still don't know what my... I don't know what my sequence is going to be yet. What I'm going to do after the Rogue. I'm about to get really hot and heavy into the Summoner again, because we're going to be really going hard on the Summoner updates. So I might even at some point pick the Summoner back up and push it a little bit further. Maybe not, though, because there's not a whole lot. There's really not a whole lot to kind of unlock and kind of grow into with the Summoner just yet that we haven't already done. So we'll see. But Necro's high on the list. One of the tanks is high on the list. Don't know which one yet. We'll see. We'll see. The Enchanter? Yep. That's another good option, too. It's clear that, you know, the way that all of the amazing feedback that you guys give, the way that it marries with experience is really powerful. So I think continuing to try to give, you know, as many of the classes their chance as possible to have this experience with is going to be a really good call. So, yeah. Hide helm option? Yes, agreed. Alan BTC, could not agree more. Yeah, 100%. That's high on our list right now of things to improve. Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much for the group. Guys, this was awesome. Very cool. We got to Wild's End. Got another ding. Able to break in the Ripsmack a little bit, which felt awesome. I got lost. Continuing to set the bar high for rogue performance, S-tier performance. If that's even possible to set it higher than it is already. It was a good day. It was a good day. We'll probably be back on Friday evening for some cozy. We'll keep pushing right along. And like I said, plan next Monday. We'll be taking a look at a couple of things that are coming up in next week's patch, which will be really fun. And yeah, good stuff. Great stream. Guys, again, thank you for the subs, the follows. Thank you for all the support. Continuing to support this game becoming what we all want it to be. So thank you guys so much. If I don't see you before Friday, and then keep an eye out for that upload later on YouTube for the highlights from the Ripsmack stream where we actually looted it. We'll be getting that up this evening as well. Anyway, guys, until next time, take care. That's going to be a wrap. And until then, adios, my friends. We'll see you then.